Hey, it's just after 5 o'clock on July 22nd. This is the Clean Energy Commission, and this meeting is recorded by video and audio in accordance with the state open meeting law and pursuant to section 20 of chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. This meeting will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the Clean Energy Commission during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If there is public comment and you are calling from a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching from a computer or device, there's a raise hand button that you can tap to press a request to speak. Please either use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. I'll turn it over to you, Candace.
Welcome everybody to the Clean Energy Commission meeting of Thursday, July 22nd, 2021. Our agenda tonight is, it basically has a couple of introductory items and then one main agenda item, which is a presentation and discussion with Daria Mark of Good Energy Incorporated. And she is going to help us understand the opportunities that are upcoming to improve our aggregation program and the regulatory context in which the program exists. And I think that much of the other things that we're going to do are going to be tucked into the member reports on conferences, meetings, etc. I had suggested that there might be some additional agenda items, but as it's turned out, it's better to stick with the agenda as posted for the moment, and we can bring up our other items in the member reports. The introduction of CEC members and staff. We have myself, Candace Wheeler, Chairman, then Linda Saunders, Sam Zergabel, John Moskal, who I am not sure has signed on yet, but if he has, welcome, John. Yes, there he is. We have Deborah Darby and Linda Brayton. And Linda Brayton, are you back on? Maybe not quite yet. Well, she will be with us very shortly. And of course, Greg Catamatori and Gemma Wilkins are the city staff members from the Department of Community Development. And just because of time, I know Greg has to depart at 5:45 on the dot, and Daria, I think you have limited time too. So I would like to put the presentation from Daria first on our agenda, and then we will return to reports of members, unless anybody has any objection to that. And not hearing one, let's go forward and let me welcome Daria Mark. Good Energy LLC is the company that has been our consultant and manager of our aggregation program in conjunction with Gloucester's Community Development Department. We've had 3 very successful years in our first aggregation contract, and we'll be starting our second 3-year contract at the end of this calendar year and the beginning of 2022. So Daria, welcome, and we look forward to your presentation and thoughts.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time here today. I wanted to address things actually in reverse order, as was stated. We'll start first with what are the requirements and regulations in Massachusetts with regards to energy. And then we'll get to how does it impact your program and what considerations you as a commission should think about as we go forward. So each slide is going to build on the previous slide. So if there's something that's not clear, please ask me questions, because we will need this information going forward and each subsequent slide. So I first wanted to explain how we buy renewable electricity. So when we say we're buying renewable electricity, you cannot separate electrons. Once they're on the grid, they're on the grid. And so there's a mechanism that's been created to count renewable energy. And those are renewable energy certificates. This is a nationally accepted legal instrument. It is not something that we're creating in the program or even in the state. It's a nationally accepted method. And in New England, we follow that process. So when we say that the utility buys 15%, 20% of their electricity from renewable sources, this is what we're talking about. It's buying these renewable energy certificates. And the certificates are generated when a renewable resource, such as a solar panel, a wind turbine, I think you're familiar with wind turbines, Gloucester, generate a megawatt of electricity. So for each megawatt of electricity that's generated, each megawatt hour of electricity that's generated, one REC is created. So that's what a renewable energy certificate is. And it is used for us to count renewable electricity, to buy it and claim its use. This is an important thing to understand, because when we talk about how is the price, for example, for the Gloucester CA options calculated, it's important to understand that this is part of what we're buying. So that's why I wanted to start with this basic explanation of like, how is electricity and renewable electricity calculated and used? So probably the most well-known standard in Massachusetts for renewable electricity is the Renewable Portfolio Standard, RPS, as it is abbreviated. It has been around for some time. My graph starts at 2009. It was on even before that, but this is, already almost an eye chart. And so I thought it was a good chunk for you to see where we are and where we're going. So in 2020, we're at 18%. I'm sorry, in 2021, we're at 18%, and in 2022, we'll be at an even 20% for RPS. So that means, what does 20% mean? It means if out of 100% of your electricity, 20% has to be met with sources that qualify for the Massachusetts Renewable Portfolio Standard. Those sources are called Mass Class 1. They're mostly solar, wind, low impact hydro, anaerobic digestion, biomass is even in there. So those are sources, and they have to have been built after 97. And that's what qualifies for Mass Class 1. It's considered by many like the gold standard, but it is not our only standard in the state. And so I wanted to cover and give a basic explanation of what other standards we have, so that you can understand what, as far as the Department of Public Utilities and therefore the state in general, kind of what have been set as the requirements for what we need to meet. So this is 2021. And this is the breakdown. So you could see the RPS here is 18%, it's at the bottom. The RPS is part of what's called the Clean Energy Standard. There is another part to it. It's another 4% this year, and it's called New Clean Energy. And so together they make up this 22% of the Clean Energy Standard. This year, the state also added the Clean Energy Standard Existing. So that's meant to support existing generation, generation that was built before 2011. And that, so that brings us up to 44%. And then you can see there's a couple more class 2 standards that are the RPS class 2, they're just a lot older. It's a lot of the same of what's in the RPS class 1, but they're older, they're pre-1997. And then waste energy is burning trash basically for electricity. So this stack is what we are required to meet, what the utilities are required to meet, what the program meets, the base for renewable standards in Massachusetts this year. And I don't think I mentioned in the new clean energy portion, that dark blue that adds up that extra 4% to the clean energy standard. So that's an allocation that's for the large scale hydro that is coming to Massachusetts right now. There's 3 ways you could meet that obligation. It's hydro, which we don't have yet, nuclear built after 2011, which hasn't been built, or it's Mass Class 1. So that obligation for now is met the same way as the RPS is met, but it will be transitioned over to, once we have that large scale hydro coming in from Canada, that will fill up that 4%. So this is 2021 standards, the stack that we have right now. And these standards will be oh, sorry, we have a question.
Yeah, it's Linda. I have a question. Linda Saunders. So Previously, you said the RPS for 2020 was 20%.
2022, I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, so the RPS this year, it goes up 2% until 2024, I believe, and then it goes up 3%. So this was a big change that the state just made recently.
Okay.
That we were on a trajectory of 2% increases every year, but then that's not enough. If you look at climate science, and so the state went up 3%. It will be going up 3% starting in 2024. And you can kind of see that inflection point right here where it just starts after 2024, which is the rightmost third of those charts. It's going up 3% so that we hit 40% by 2030. And that's just the RPS portion. So you can see above the RPS portion, there's other standards that are stacked also. And so this is what it looks like when we're looking at that stack, but replicated going out to 2030. So does this make sense? This is just building on itself. So you could see that I showed in the previous slide here that the clean energy standard is one entity. It composes that dark blue and the RPS together. And you can see here that slowly over time, the RPS kind of overtakes the dark blue portion, those new clean energy options. And that is something that the state is looking at this year. We expect that to change. There's a provision for revisiting that this year. So this is how the layout looks right now, but standards are constantly evolving to meet demand, science, et cetera. And so we expect that dark blue line to remain, more at size and certainly not disappear as it keeps going. But you could see that if we consider this whole stack by 2030, we're between 60 and 70% in this overall standards grouping. If you want to learn more about this, the Massachusetts.gov website, I have it on the bottom here, /service-details, and then /program summaries. But if you put into a search engine, Massachusetts renewable energy requirements or renewable energy standards or something like that, mass.gov has a lot of different sites, different pages on explaining what these standards are, how they're evolving, how they're going to change, and when the next revisions will come. All right, so that's the standards and how that impacts. So I guess I want to emphasize, when we say Gloucester is adding 5% to, renewable electricity, what you're doing is you're adding the equivalent, the same quality of sources as that RPS standard. So it would be in addition, so I'm not showing here the Gloucester program, this is just the state standards. The Gloucester program would add 5% to that bottom green portion, right? So this year it's 18 plus 5, next year it's 20 plus 5, etc. All right, so that's all I have on the standard. So if you have any questions, happy to take them now. Oh, yep, sorry, missed the question, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Daria. Could you just go back one slide? What is the green? Okay, so the RPS class 2, what's that 3.6?
Yeah, it's just older. It's same kinds of resources, but they're older. So it's kind of a nice parallel. We have, the clean energy standards, that 20% that got added, it's for existing generation that's older. And then we have some allocation for new generation that's coming. Same with RPS. We have RPS that's new. So that's the class 1. And then the class 2 is just RPS.
Yeah, Deborah, an example of that would be like that solar installation on the hill behind Beverly High School. It's been there since the 80s.
Sure. And I just wanted to make, the observation that, energy from waste to energy or combustion facilities looking forward to 2030, it's likely that won't be happening.
Do you want to elaborate, Deborah?
Well, we have both Wheelabrator and Covanta here in Massachusetts, and both of those companies have recently been purchased by investment groups, and they are looking at more, holistic, what they call curb to grid solutions. And perhaps in their, portfolio of acquisitions that they could transition to cleaner mechanisms for managing waste or for, recovering the recovery of energy.
Hmm.
Our waste to energy facilities in Massachusetts, we have 7. They operate at capacity. So, and population, obviously will continue to grow, and our energy needs will continue to increase as well.
Interesting, Deborah. Maybe at a future meeting, we can hear more about that. That's, quite a sobering idea that there's a big change coming. Okay, Daria, onward.
Great. Was there another question?
Yeah, it's Linda Saunders. One other question on the previous, you made the remark about the 5% additionality, I guess we call it.
Sorry, made the comment about 5% additionality and then what?
Well, that's going into the RPS.
It would be equivalent, it's the same kind of resources. So if I were to draw this for the Gloucester program, I would add 5% to that bottom green rectangle.
Okay, so in 2021, let's say, you would add 5% to 18.
Yes.
Yep, getting you to 23.
Okay,
And that would be representative of the Gloucester default option.
so just by one city's participation, I'm trying to understand the concept. It raises the RPS overall,
No.
or is it on a pro rata basis?
No. It's just what I'm explaining is that when we talk about, Gloucester's adding 5%. Well, like, what does that mean, right? Like, where's this 5%? What is this 5% equivalent to? So what Gloucester is doing is impacting residents and businesses who are participating in that program, right? So when we say 5%, it doesn't affect the state except, in this more supply demand market for renewables. It impacts it impacts the energy and the renewableness, if that's a verb or an adjective, of the energy, of electricity that Gloucester participants are using, right? So we say 5%. If the program didn't exist in Gloucester if the program didn't exist in 2021, if you look at this stack, what's in 2021, that's what it would look like. But the program does exist, so anybody who's participating, they're adding 5% into that stack, and that those 5%, the type of electricity, the type of the renewable electricity in the form of renewable energy certificates that I explained earlier, are the same as what's purchased for the RPS obligation. And so that 5% would be an additional equivalent to that dark green rectangle. It's not any of the other options and sources, and there's many different ones as I explained.
So then is it correct to say that the 5% actually assists in the building of further renewable projects?
Absolutely.
Okay,
And that's why Gloucester does this. That's why
Right.
so many of our other communities fold additional renewable energy into their default, why they offer 50 and 100% options, why they try to get more people to sign up for the 100% option to get more. It's, the renewables market is a supply and demand market. If you demand more, there will be more supply. So it's a supply and demand kind of conversation.
got it. Okay, thank you.
So I also wanted to, so now that we understand how renewable energy is purchased and what the state requirements are, I wanted to explain how how the Gloucester options for the prices for the options are calculated. So when it's time to renew, we as your partner, as your energy consultant, take the electricity load of the community out to bid. And we get multiple national suppliers to look at your program and provide bids. It's a multi-step process, but this is a abbreviated version of it. This is what we're doing. Competition is a good thing. In this case, it's a very good thing. So suppliers bid on the base electricity and then the RECs, just those Mass Class 1 RECs. So the +5 and the 100% option that you're offering, those additional RECs are bid separately. We ask the national suppliers to bid it, and we ask Green Energy Consumers Alliance to bid it. And most always the community chooses Green Energy Consumers Alliance because they're competitive and because they're transparent and because they really focus on New England, especially Massachusetts. As you know, they are purchasing RECs from the Gloucester turbines. So if I can switch over briefly to their map, you could see, this is one of the great things about, this is your program website, gloucester-ca.com. There's a renewable energy page, explains all the value of renewable energy that you're buying. And there's this map, which is an incredible thing. It's really powerful with Green Energy Consumers Alliance that you could see where those RECs, that renewable energy, is coming from. So electricity purchased separately from RECs. So we could see because of that, right? So our suppliers don't tell us like, here's the final price. We get the two parts, we put them together. And we can see in our bid now that the price for electricity, the base electricity, has gone down, but the price of RECs has gone up. And so what does that mean? When this is the open market for renewable energy certificates, RECs, renewable electricity, as I explained earlier, this is how renewable electricity is traded. So that first blue circle shows the last time when you bought. When the Gloucester aggregation first started, you went out, it's the same method, right? You buy electricity, you buy RECs, put them together, you get a product. So when you did that, the last time around, that was the price for RECs. It was around $20. Market is a market. It changes and it grows. So it's supply and demand. And so this time around, when we went out to the market has changed. The REC prices have gone up. They've almost doubled. Right? So that's why if you look at the prices that you had before and after, the price of the 100% option, which if you consider, right, it's almost all RECs. It's right, that's 100% renewable electricity. It has gone up some number of cents because the RECs themselves have increased, right? Have almost doubled. So it's a linear relationship. There's no exponents here or anything else. Just a simple calculation of what it takes to get 100%. So I
had gotten a specific question earlier today from one of our citizens about this, and she had basically said, she wants to do the 100% option, all renewable, and she's already enrolled in it, but she was a little bit almost disappointed to see that doing the right thing and going for 100% renewable was more expensive, while the lesser option of just buying 5% more renewable as part of the Gloucester standard offer, the default offer, that price had gone down while her price for doing the right thing had gone up. And she wanted to explain or to have an explanation for that. I think you basically have just responded to that, which is when you're buying renewable energy, you're buying RECs. The price of RECs have gone up due to market pressures. Marcia Hart, if you're out there, that's the answer. Thank you.
Right. There's no, it's, renewable energy is valued in Massachusetts. We have and in New England, we're part of one grid, and actually these RECs can be traded. As you can see, the market is fairly stable across the states, not stable across the states, but fairly cohesive across the states. And so that's the source of the price. There's nothing we can do about it. We do.
I'm sorry. I'm just, as a comment, I'm really relieved that we didn't change it from 5% on the basic, as what we were using as the main standard. I didn't say that right. I'm glad we didn't change the program and start upping things on everybody, because it would have gone over very badly.
So in other words, you think it was, at the time, was not right to add more required renewable into the mix?
We'll be talking a little bit about that shortly.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Thank you, Greg, for that.
I'm just out of sync tonight.
You preempted me on 2 slides, but I wanted to address one more thing. Actually, before I get there, first I want to say this is the New England market. Not all markets across the country are the same. So as you're talking about this program, and as people come to you with questions, and they'll say like, what's happening here? I got this offer, look, I got this offer in the mail. It says for 10 cents a kilowatt hour, I can get 100% renewable electricity. So what's really important to understand at that point is, where are those RECs coming from? First, it's important to understand will the price change. Second, it's important to understand if you are committing to some kind of a third-party offer, what are the terms of that offer? How many years are you required to buy from them? And all these other things that might be hidden in the fine print. So those are the first things to understand. But what's also really crucial to understand is, where are the RECs coming from? If they are not coming from within the ISO New England, that's our electricity grid. Our electricity grid is the New England states, plus it's upstate New York, where we can import power, and Canada, where we can import, Eastern Canada, where we can import power from. So if it's not coming from those regions, and it does not meet the Mass Class 1 standard, it does nothing to improve the renewable energy outlook anywhere. It doesn't benefit us here in New England. It doesn't get us off of fossil fuels. And wherever they're buying the RECs from, it doesn't get them off fossil fuels either. Those RECs are cheap, and that's what you get. It's cheap because there's no value there. So if you are approached by someone who says, I have this offer, make sure that they look really carefully and understand the goal. Everybody I've ever met who said, I want to sign up for 100% renewable electricity, is doing it because they want to get off fossil fuels. They're doing it because they want to make a change. They want to support renewables going forward. So in order to do that, you have to buy from within New England.
Very good.
So the other thing I wanted to address, because I think there were some questions on this also, outreach for the program. So outreach for the program, there's two kind of distinct opportunities. Unfortunately, it kind of all got gloved, all into one at this time, but I want to kind of separate them back out again. So outreach for the program in general, you have a new contract coming. It's coming, your contract ends in December, but the outreach for that transition, which is super easy and super seamless and doesn't require anybody to really do anything, but we still want people to know that you have this great program and that it's going to continue. It's going to be another 3 years, and there's real value that you're bringing by integrating the renewable energy into it. So that's why we want to do this outreach. It's going to be coming November, December. That's time sensitive. That's when it's going to be done. There's that's that timing. And it happens every time we renew the contract. So not for another 3 years after that. Outreach for the 100% option, you can do that outreach pretty much anytime, right? So we have, and I say pretty much anytime because that is much more impacted by the attention you're going to get from your community. Like, last year in the fall, we did not do any outreach because people were really focused on other things. So nobody heard our message, and that was a waste of our time to try to get attention. There were too many other things going on nationally. So the outreach for the 100% can really happen at any time that you think your community will have attention, will give you that attention, right? And the way outreach works, we support our communities, Good Energy, we support our communities in the outreach. We provide materials, whether it's flyers to hand out or bookmarks to hand out, or it's, we've done, in Melrose, we did a giant poster. They have this big Main Street, and you could hang up a giant banner from buildings on each side. And so we printed them a giant banner that said, sign up for 100%. They have a program, sign up for 100% option. Sometimes it's, like bicycling kiosks or whatever opportunity there is that you would like to partake in. We can provide materials, print, digital, support, strategy, discussion, whatever is needed to make sure people are aware of the 100% option. What we find, this isn't outreach to try to convince people that climate change is an issue or anything like that. This is outreach to reach those who are concerned about climate change, who want to know that they can do something, and to take on that, but they just don't know that your city has already done a lot of great work in bringing this program forward and has this fantastic option that they could sign up for in about 5 minutes, right? The hardest part for everybody in signing up is finding their electric bill and getting the number and the code off of it. but really, otherwise the sign up is completely seamless. There's a phone number you call, or there's a form online that you can complete. So that outreach, separate from and independent of, and can happen whenever you, the commission, you, the city of Gloucester, you, grassroots group, whoever would like to do, obviously always with the city from our perspective, but who wants to do the outreach to make sure that people are aware. And obviously when we do the outreach for the transition in November, December, we are going to emphasize that there are 3 options in the program. And so that 100% option is going to get some attention there also, but it's not quite the same as a targeted campaign that says, we've got this 100% option, sign up. And so I wanted to kind of draw that distinction and share, that we do these kind of campaigns, the 100% campaigns, with a lot of our communities that have a green default. And by green default, I mean, a positive percentage of, an additional percentage of renewable electricity that they're adding to their default product, as Gloucester is adding their 5%.
Okay. Let me just note that Greg has to leave at 5:45. Greg, you had hinted that there was an interesting discussion to be had about some of this material.
Yeah.
Do you want to fill us in on that before we
Still, I
Daria and
think
you?
Daria has more to present.
Okay.
I think that's actually my next slide.
Okay.
Okay, so thanks, Greg. And thank you, Candace, for keeping time, keeping me on track. So when we go out to bid and check the numbers for your program, we're always looking to see like, what's 5%, what's 10%, what is renewable energy costing? And, we can't always see this ahead of time. We can't see opportunities like this ahead of time. Because prices ahead of the bid are not always as sharp and as tight and as competitive as they are on the day of the bid. So what we saw this year with your Gloucester bid is that you have this unique opportunity. It's not often that this happens, but because of the way prices have shifted out this year, you could keep essentially the same price as you have now. And I don't mean in the new contract. I mean the price you have for the 5% option that is inactive right now where you have enrolled participants. That's the left side of my screen. That's the current price. You could keep that price, but double the amount of renewable electricity you're adding. So if you want to, for sizing, I know you're all aware of the Gloucester turbines. This is where the RECs for your program are coming from. So at 5%, you're using about the output of one of those turbines in a year. At 10%, you would use the output from both turbines. And it's about, because wind is not a constant factor, and so some years it's more windy, some years it's a little less windy, but it's for your city, for the participants that you have and the residents and the businesses, that's about the sizing. So at 5%, your new price gets about 1 turbine's use of renewable energy. At 10%, you would be using both. And I say this is a unique opportunity because I just want to make it really clear. You have a signed contract, you have a program coming. And it's not often that this happens, that you could make this adjustment post-signing. We've asked if the supplier is willing, if Green Energy Consumers Alliance is willing, and they both are. So I wanted to bring this opportunity to make sure you were aware of it. If you wanted to make this choice, it is time sensitive. Obviously, we cannot wait till the contract starts. We can't wait much longer. And once the program starts, that's the price you'll keep for the next 3 years.
Wow, that is amazing opportunity. Now, as a CEC, to make a recommendation to the city council on this, on the one hand, people's price would not be changing. If we doubled the amount of renewable, they would still be a little below the current price of the 5%. So that the typical Gloucester customer might be no worse off at 10%. than they were at 5% in terms of the out-of-pocket cost. And I guess the only question is whether by supporting that, there would have been a small savings for the base customer if the new price of 5% was the 0.10889 rather than the 0.11071. That would have been a small savings for our basic default participants in the aggregation program. And do CEC members feel that the gain in the amount of renewables that we're encouraging is important enough that it is acceptable to have the average customer at a slightly higher rate than they would have paid if we'd stayed at a 5% additional renewable standard?
So people could actually opt to go down.
Yep, so you'd,
If they don't like it, they could go down to 0 renewables.
so that's correct. You'd still keep the same 0 and 100% options. Those don't change.
So if somebody's mad about it, that's what they are, upset, or they can't do it or whatever.
Yep,
We can say, well, there is another thing you can do instead.
that is true.
What
So
is,
there is an option for, people who are very, very price sensitive.
how long is this offer open?
Do you mean how long do you have to make a decision?
Yes.
I don't have a firm date for you, but I'd say a month is probably a stretch. It's if you need to meet again to discuss that, I can double check and communicate through Greg to make sure that the timing is still
So Greg,
available.
procedurally, how does this need to work?
So I can tell you, we were kind of made aware of this possibility at bid day, and between myself, John Dunn, and Mike Hale, it was kind of like a new variable in the mix that we weren't really prepared for. So as you know, to the council is really, when we presented to them, it was more informational. The establishment of the ability to enter into an agreement for the administration for the mayor is already enabled. So it's really kind of a recommendation back to the administration, whether you think that this is, the approach. So I think the timing would be just, a recommendation from the CEC to the administration one way or the other. The mayor also takes that as advisement, as to where to go next. It is, and that's to Linda's point, and Linda Brayton, and also, that's kind of also the way we were feeling kind of game day of being presented with this. The last time we spoke, we talked about outreach and not just, offering, to the market in the bid process, looking for a default with a 10%. But then here you have this kind of unique situation, very unusual to be able to kind of see the window in of the successful bid, and then be able to say, wow, we have the opportunity to potentially, double the amount. So, I think it's a great opportunity, but it's we're kind of in this same situation of, looking for, everybody that's been tracking and following this, for the past 5 years at this point, because we didn't go out to bid the first time after a couple of seasons, whether or not this is the direction to go. And then to Linda's point, if it really was a push come to shove, and every single slide you will always see, and I've been instructed over and over by Daria and Stefano and others, we can't guarantee anything, but as far as we can tell, it looks like the program's performing, and providing, that savings at this point over the 3-year period, while, increasing the amount of renewable recs being retired. So it's a pivotal point.
And Daria, what is your assessment of the market right now? Is this the best deal that we're likely to get in the next 6 months?
So I just want to make it clear, the program already has a contract. We will not be taking the program out for a bid again, and will not be bidding the RECs again. These prices are based on what the bid was, and we can adjust the REC percentage. So there's no other bid that will be going out, and there's no other bidding that will be going out, and there's no
Okay,
market.
that's good to
influence
know.
on-
Okay.
I have a quick question. Or Linda, is your hand up? You should go.
Yeah,
No.
did I raise my hand?
Yeah, it was. But if you don't have anything, that's fine. I just want to cut. you
Yeah,
short.
I do have a
Go
question.
ahead.
And I'm trying to figure out that it would be not, instead of 5%, then you're offering 10%. It isn't both. Is that correct?
That's correct. You could
Okay.
modify your default option from the 5% as it's set for the new contract now to a 10%. And most people would compare contract to contract. I know there's some who've been following your work here, but for the vast majority, they're really looking contract to contract. So their
Okay.
price would have been 11.085 cents. And if you chose the 10, it would become 11.071 cents per kilowatt.
Okay, so
slightly
then
better.
to Linda's point, that if they didn't like the 10%, let's say the winter rate, electric rate down quite a bit, and some people are saying, well, I'm not going to stick with this 10%, I'm going to drop out. Right?
They'd have that right.
So with,
Yeah, they have the right. And what I recall from the last meeting was if they do that, you no longer can contact them.
yeah, so that's really good question, really good points. So your National Grid territory, National Grid rates come out at the end of September, October for a November switch. So as Greg was saying earlier, we can never guarantee savings, right? I do not know what National Grid rates will be come the winter because they have not been published yet. National Grid will not publish them until about a month before they switch. That's a standard process, and they switch every 6 months.
Right.
But having said that, we know National Grid rates and Eversource rates, utilities in the winter tend to be a great deal higher than they are in the summer. So last winter, National Grid rate was, I believe, just over 12 cents.
Yeah.
So it is unlikely, but again, I cannot guarantee it. And I want to make it really clear, I'm not guaranteeing a price for a utility rate that I do not know. But it's likely that the utility rate will be higher in the winter coming when the renewal of this contract is starting. The other choice is, we always try to emphasize that the program really has its value in its longevity. So if somebody doesn't believe in renewable energy, they don't want extra renewable energy, a really good option for them is to go to that basic option. That basic option, the Gloucester Basic, stays at, it just meets the state standards. So it doesn't have this extra 10% in RECs that we're buying. So that price is lower. And so staying there, it gives you still a stable price for multiple years as the utility price continues to fluctuate every 6 months, and quite heavily too, because just the way National Grid rates are.
So my question was just going to be the people that are already enrolled in the program at 5%. As we make this transition, do they have to re-enroll, or they just transition through into this as well with a new contract?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the new contract transitions people out of it's really just a seamless one-to-one. So if somebody was on the default option, which right now includes 5% content, they would enroll into if you chose to go with the 10%, they would enroll in that 10% because that's still your default. So it's default to default. There's no re-enrolling, there's no opt-out period. There's none of this, like what we do. We do so much work to start a program. The renewals are so much easier and so much smoother. And the same goes for anybody who was in the basic option. They would stay in the basic option. They would not be switched. And the 100% option would stay to the 100% option, right? So you just literally transition from one option to the other as the contract switches.
So like I'm in the 5% option. Will I get something in the mail that tells me I have to sign again just to extend it for 3 years? Nothing? Because I guess what I'm getting at is the fear, right? The fear of us moving up to 10% is people, the constituents basically saying the price went up, or the price didn't go up a little bit, but they're saying people looking at it and being like, well, I think that the National Grid price is going to go down. Because right now, if most people that are already enrolled in it aren't going to really bat an eye. It's going to be the people, if like they look at and are kind of just gambling and saying, I think that the prices from National Grid aren't going to increase that much. And then, kind of hedging that to why they'd be upset if we went up to 10%.
Yeah, so great question. So in our marketing materials around the renewal and on the website and around the renewal, we list the residential rates and sometimes even the commercial industrial rates for Gloucester at the time of the renewal. So you will be in the winter rates. We're still, obviously right now we're in the summer rates. The winter rates will start November 1st. So when we are doing this marketing and this outreach, it will be November, December timeframe. So along the same time as this rate, this 11, if you chose the 10%, this 11.071 cent rate that's going out, it would be compared to, in our experience, it's compared to two things. Most often it's compared to the current price, right? So what did I have before? What am I going to have now? They're both going to be about 11 cents. One is, a fraction of a penny cheaper. So if somebody goes further and says like, well, what could have I kept with the utility? If I leave the program completely, what do I get with the utility? They would be compared to that winter rate with the utility.
Yeah, no, and I get that. Do you happen to know what the supply rate is off the top of your head right now for the summer rate this summer?
You mean for the residential?
Yeah.
Like, what is the utility rate for residential?
I'm just thinking, basically, we have this opportunity, right, for not that big of a change in price. And, and obviously doubling our impact with renewable energy and, we're all here right now because we care about that, right? So what's the other side of it is, are we, is this price increase going to do anything to our constituents? And I don't think that the National Grid price has dropped considerably since then. In fact, I doubt it has. I think it's probably including supply and including, distribution, probably still around 21, 22 cents. So I'm just thinking out loud, essentially, is like, basically if people don't have the option of looking at it and being like, well, maybe I wish we stayed at 5%. If they're just getting pushed over and it's just 10% now for them, they probably won't know the difference and won't care. And that price difference isn't that much. I guess I'm just thinking out loud about any downside, the downside, but obviously it's
I think
more
that's
money.
very useful.
I have to jump off, and I think this is exactly the discussion that you guys need to have. 2/10 of a cent and double the renewable, and also recognizing, just to Sam's point, they'd actually see in the transition a slight drop, again, tenths of a penny, but it's a slight drop in price, but exactly the point. I mean, we weren't, we didn't have this robust of a discussion, a couple of months ago about this. We really just focused on let's just transition to the same program. And this is just kind of the unique opportunity to kind of, kind of hash it out and decide whether it makes sense or not. So there's no wrong answer. I mean, we've got a good program that was bid that, we hope will be as successful as the current. We've had steady around, 9,000 plus almost 10,000 customers over the 3-year period, with even a little bit higher at some points. But, again, time-wise, it would be great for Daria to find out, if you guys want to take some time to think about it. But it's probably something, certainly within inside of a month to think about.
Yeah, I just checked the supply rate right now. The summer supply rate is 9.7 cents. The winter supply rates on average for the last couple of years have been 12.5 to 13 cents.
Yeah. So you win and you lose. You win.
Right. It's all about gas prices in the winter.
Yeah. So I got to jump off.
So
Thank you, Greg.
Bye,
You
Greg.
know how it turns out.
Greg,
Well, now
Greg,
let me ask my colleagues on the CEC
wait,
whether you feel that you could vote on this today, or whether we should be scheduling another meeting.
I'd like to vote.
Okay, I know I would. Anybody else want to speak up on that?
I'd like to vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I could vote on this.
Okay, Daria, are you done with your presentation at this point, so that if we go to a vote, we wouldn't be losing any of your time?
That's correct. I'm done with my presentation.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for highlighting this really interesting opportunity. Okay, CEC, how shall we do this? Everything has to be a roll call vote. So could I have a motion on whether the CEC will recommend to the mayor and city council that we take advantage of the opportunity to go to a 10% renewable program?
I think it's just to the mayor, from what I understood.
Okay,
It's an administrative decision.
okay.
If
Uh,
I
So revised.
can suggest that you would move to recommend that the administration amend the community electricity aggregation program contract between Constellation Energy and the Green Energy Consumers Alliance to reflect the default rate with the 10% renewable adder that was discussed.
That sounds much better.
It's good
And I
energy.
hope you can remember exactly what you said, Gemma, because I'll need that for,
The record.
keeping track of the motion.
I would move that we take Gemma's language verbatim and turn that into a motion for a recommendation to the mayor. How's that?
I
Okay,
second,
second?
I second.
Deborah
Deborah Garvin
seconds.
seconds.
Okay, let's go round the loop. Deborah, why don't you start us off? How do you vote?
I vote yes.
John Moskell,
Yes.
Linda Brayton,
Yes,
Linda Saunders,
Yes,
Sam Zergabel.
Yes, in favor of the 10%.
Very good. And Candace Wheeler in favor of the 10%. Have I missed anybody? I think we've gone around our whole group today. Well, that is very exciting to me as a longtime participant in the Clean Energy Commission. This, to double our impact with one small vote is very heartening. So
nobody gets hurt.
that's right. Nobody gets hurt, and they have an option if they want to go lower.
Exactly. They can get out completely.
Yep.
They can get back in.
So
Basically the same as it's been for the last 3 years, price-wise.
And we get more for our money.
well, I'm very pleased with this outcome. So Daria, thank you so much for walking us through this. A couple of questions. Can we get a copy of your slides? And
Definitely.
part two is any chance that this was recorded, because there are a number of people that might like to hear that explanation delivered as clearly as you have delivered it to us.
Greg was recording the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Was he?
so it will
Excellent.
be archived on the city website.
Okay, very good. We can refer people there. All right. The other things that we did not attempt to, Oh.
I do,
go ahead, Linda.
yeah, so so we just voted, all in favor. hear me?
Unanimously in favor of going to the
Okay.
10%.
Daria's trying to leave.
Oh, all right,
Hi,
so,
Are you-
Happy to stay if you still need me. No, sorry.
Okay.
Enjoy your
think so.
evening.
Thank you for your
and
presentation.
so the next step is letter to the mayor to advisor?
That sounds like the right answer. Now, in the past, I've usually written those, but I would be thrilled if someone else wanted to be the writer of it.
Can Gemma and Greg just take the message to the mayor? Or do we have to put it in writing? It'll be in the minutes.
I believe that your movement is
Yeah.
to recommend to the administration is
Yeah, and
sufficient.
you're the staff and you can tell the mayor, that's what we said, and she can say yay or nay.
Gemma, does that sound right to you?
Yes, I believe that the movement to recommend to the administration is sufficient for this.
Okay, terrific. All right, we just had an effect, everybody.
Whoa. Let's do
Thanks
the
for your
wave.
time. I really
you very
appreciate your
much.
attention and your questions.
Thank you
Thank
Come
you
on,
very
do the
much.
wave, everybody. Come on.
Good job, Daria.
I
Okay,
appreciate your time and your energy. Thank you so much.
Yours.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
so we have a few other matters to discuss. I know I have to be out of the meeting before 7 o'clock, and probably a lot of the rest of you do too, but
Yeah.
under reports from members of the CEC on conferences, meetings, or whatever they may have participated in, I would deeply appreciate it if Linda Brayton could speak up a bit about the mayor's request at our last meeting to have some assistance from CEC members who were willing to take on some roles, either attending meetings that related to climate and energy, or otherwise assisting the city administration in staying on top of a huge volume of requests for their attention on matters that are of interest to us. Linda, Linda Brayton, could you help us out with that?
Right there. What happened after the meeting is I actually sent an email and said I volunteer to help. I talked to Candace, and Candace also volunteered to help. So she and I met with the mayor and Chris Carranza and Greg, and we just kind of tossed ideas around about how this could work. We're calling it a pilot at this point because it's just what's apparent to me just from the last week and a half or whatever it's been, a couple of weeks. There is a huge amount of material that's flying all over the place. And now it's flying to us, as some of it, wherever we can make a dent in the paper pile. Details to be worked out as to really channels back and forth, how to explain, you know, this thing looks like it has nothing to do with nothing. Just making sure that we don't take anything out we shouldn't, or put anything in that's just time consuming and obnoxious. Because that's kind of the blunt way of putting it.
Mhm.
I can give you one example that I just was thinking I wanted to share with CEC anyway, that has come along. And that is an invitation from a worldwide group, apparently. Race to zero, cities race to zero, or cities race to resiliency, something to that effect. What I was thinking to do just to handle it, and you'll get a sense of the kinds of things that land on the mayor's desk, at least partially, is I can send it out and we can have people take a better look at it and see if it makes any sense. My gut reaction is kind of, that's all well and good, but I don't know that we have time to be doing some checklist again. But that's just my gut reaction, and I obviously, I don't necessarily know that. But anyway, so I'll send that out to the members and we can maybe take it up next time. But that's an example of the kind of thing that does come across her desk. And she just needs somebody to look at it and to do something with it.
That's right.
I went to a couple of the MMA meetings along with Chris and Greg, just so I could get a feel for what they're doing. And they're right now taking a good hard look at possibilities for grant money, places to be lobbying for particular topics like municipal, the MVP money, or infrastructure, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's just money coming down the pipe in deluges by the look of it. And the mayor, and I'm sure the same for us, we don't want to lose anything that we need and could actually get. So it's a matter of just keeping an eye on it, but certainly not without, you know, coming up with some good way of communicating back and forth about the entire thing. But anyway, it's just in the beginning stages. How long it's even going to be necessary, who knows? But right now, they have a lot less staff and they have way more work. So it just seems like a good thing to help out with.
Yep.
So that's you know, that's what's happened so far.
Thank you very much for that. And, you know, I agree that, you know, as we were in that meeting with the mayor and Chris Carranza and Greg and you and me, that it's very clear that she's very worried about losing the opportunity to at least apply for grant money, and you know, does not want to miss out on you know, opportunities for the city that we would later regret that we couldn't take advantage of. And obviously, you know, at least we can identify things that are on the table, but you know, the staff constraints that the city has will still limit what we can respond to as a city to some degree. But at least she will feel comfortable that, you know, that less is falling through the cracks if some of us are willing to attend some of those meetings, because she just can't go to all of them. So thank you for reviewing that. Any other members have any questions or comments about the, you know, the mayor's request? Any ones of you that are interested can contact the mayor's office and join this effort if you feel like you have some time and would like to, you know, to go to an occasional meeting with MMA or MAPC or whoever she's been invited to sit in on.
Yeah, that was my question as far as what group meetings we were potentially invited to attend. I know Linda Brayton, thank you for like bringing to our attention the type of emails or requests that are coming through from, national or global, nonprofit or environmental groups. But, on a state or in regional level, yeah, what are those meetings? And you did mention just now MMA.
It's not specifically that group. It's much more random than that. It's the first thing I got in, Candace has seen, was a notice of inquiry about sightings for energy facilities. I forget what they call themselves. And it's a public notice about hearings, about getting the word out to people better than they have. And it's in different languages. And so I sent that to Action because it was about affordable housing and that. So it isn't necessarily meetings like the MMA. It's, I actually just looked at 2 or 3 things, public hearings on PFAS. I don't know if anybody knows what they are, but the forever chemicals in the drinking water. I'm about to say this really needs to go to Larry Durkin, the environmental engineer, and Board of Health, DPW. How do you want me to deal with this? Well,
I'm familiar with PFAS.
It's not clean energy per se.
Yep.
It belongs with the specific departments.
Yep, so we can help direct stuff to a department that can deal with it if it's not related to energy and climate issues.
Yeah, I am familiar with PFAS, so if there's any support that I can provide in that area.
It might be something that comes up it will to some cities and towns, probably. It's one of the things that might be able to be covered with this, which fund, whatever, one of the big grant funds, one of the state budgets. But right now, Gloucester does not test out as having any problems with the drinking water or whatever, but there are other communities that are they've tested out and they're way over the limit and they have to do something. So I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know what Gloucester has done about it, but apparently we at least know that our drinking water is safe. So that's the sort of thing that needs to be sorted out by Larry Durkin, who's the environmental engineer, I would say.
Very good.
I try to just understand it well enough to know what to do with it is, I guess, the gist of it.
And thank you, Linda. That gives us a good picture of, how this thing seems to be developed.
Variety.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now,
I do have, can you hear me?
go ahead. Yes.
All right, I can't tell with my hands up or down. At the end of April, I had a phone call with Martha Grover, who's the energy manager at Melrose. And on that call, it was at the request of Dick Prouty. I think Sue Haug was on the call. And I don't recall who else. I'd have to check my notes. And Martha Grover did go ahead and send me over a lengthy report that gives a cost benefit analysis of the cities and towns that have hired full-time energy managers. And those energy managers, not only are scoping potential projects and opportunities for projects in the city, but they're also putting in for the grants and everything else necessary to build those projects. And in each case, the city and town comes out ahead by hiring somebody. In other words, it pays for themselves. And because energy has become to the forefront, and it will be for the next decade, of importance to any, whether it's the city or the state or the country or the planet, an energy manager is a crucial role, or should be a crucial role within a city. And I think I didn't work on it diligently because then I got called to California for a month, and I have all the paperwork, and I had promised to, when I talked to Dick and Sue, to put a summary together to make a presentation to the CEC for that purpose, that to present to the city in a more concise manner why they may want to seriously contemplate filling that position. I guess it would be considered a new position. I understand there's always going to be budget constraints, but we're here, you have an opportunity to save money, basically, and give for the city not to miss all the other opportunities that are out there. Because I think for the mayor to lean on us as volunteers and start, can we do this? Can we referee that? Without really having the authority to make any decisions, it's still going to come back to her. And it wouldn't, to me, is not the most efficient way to start a campaign, for instance, for getting these grants together. And there's a lot of money floating around out there, and will be for a while.
Well, we got Gemma, which we didn't have before. That's
Exactly.
I understand, but Gemma, if I understand your position, it's not a full-time energy position, is it?
No, it's not a full-time energy position.
Maybe we should have this conversation next time when Greg is here or whatever. There's absolutely no doubt that the mayor wants more staffing in energy.
Okay.
Environmental.
So-
She even expressed that the last time that she joined our meeting.
Right,
So
right. She
possibly
threw
that's
it
the
out
problem.
there, but my first reaction was, well, we're volunteers. We can't start doing all these different, wear all these different
It's not
hats.
for that reason. It's
Yeah.
because, I mean, personally, I don't want the city to fall down. I mean, this time's really tough right now. And we can get from here to there, but to think that we're gonna have a new staff, full-time staff position, run through all of the stuff that has to happen to get it, it's not gonna happen right away. I think it will happen at some point, but I mean, you just can't even, I can't say strongly enough how much right now matters. And it's not something that a new position is gonna come along right away.
Yeah, but I think to Linda's point, and then I think maybe we move on from this, is that she's got some information sort of justifying from a cost benefit perspective that this is a position that the city should look at in the mid to longer term. And I think that makes a lot of sense to try and get those materials to present to whomever is in the budget making and staffing decision authority for the administration. There's value in that. And let's agree to figure out a time and a pathway to present that up the appropriate part of the food chain and then move on.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like we've got her back that way and she's got the support to lobby for it.
So we can add this item to the next agenda when Greg is back with us and develop it a little further. But, I think John has summarized a good direction, which is that, we will be paying attention to the possibility of having a sustainability director position or energy manager position, however it is titled, and a future recommendation to the city on that subject. Any other comments on that item? All right.
Just remembering that we did actually make a point for an extra, I guess, 0.5 FTEs or whatever for the building inspection office because of the stretch code. And we actually, because of our recommendation during budget time, which is great, but we actually, it helped and it worked.
And so we indeed do have.
But that's what had to happen. It had to go through the budget and actually make a new position. But our word was, I mean, a good explanation why this is needed, and it got on the list.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I didn't
And
know
yeah,
that.
if she has the political support from us to do it, that can't hurt.
Okay, terrific. Now, I think all of you might have seen my memo from the other night about the group called, what was it, New Energy New England, that was letting us know that they are applying for a Mass CEC grant to create a program that would support municipalities around the state in sort of encouraging the use of electric cars, EVs. And John Moskal had written a thoughtful note, which I agree with, that, their hope that we as a commission might, write an encouraging letter on their behalf. John, would you just reiterate what you said in your memo
Sure. I just have concerns about us dipping our feet into a competitive grant process. That is not our role for that. This is an entity, could be one of many that is applying for a state grant, and we don't. That's not our role to be interfering in that process for that, and so. We don't even know who the others are. And so it's presumptuous for us to be, dipping our toes into this for an organization that's really only reached out to us. We don't have any other professional connection to them to really evaluate what it is they're doing relative to the other potential applicants for this thing. So I think we give this guy a pat on the back, say, way to go, good luck. If you get the grant, let's talk about how you might work with, with the city in that context.
And in their memo, as you might have seen, they said that, just the possibility of Gloucester drivers being willing to help pilot the program if it is funded would be a helpful thing for them. So, that can remain a possible opportunity in the future.
Yeah, I think we just leave this for now. We wish them luck. If they get a grant and then want to find a way to work in Gloucester, have them reach out to us at that point, and we figure out where to go. I just as a matter of professional sort of management of stuff, we have no business getting involved in state grant evaluations and recommendations for that. For these kinds of things that, we're here to make recommendations to the city. We can support grant applications from our own city departments and stuff like that. This is way, way outside of our sandbox.
Also, I think this, just to add some information, which is, I think, moot, because I think John's point kind of trumps anything, but E&E they work with municipalities because municipalities can get money from charging their constituents. So for E&E to go through to municipalities who have their own light district and say, we can set up chargers for you. Basically, there's an incentive for those municipalities to do so because it's their electricity that you're using when you set up these chargers. So that's how electric chargers work. Like if the town puts in electric chargers, then just like with the RECs, that's kind of how they make their money for those types of things, by the town being a municipal light plant, whereas we are not. So as far as the town and supporting other people to come in doing electric vehicle charging stations, we would just be saying, hey, random company, come in and put in electric charging stations and charge people for it. It's not really, I believe in supporting the infrastructure of electric vehicles, but it's not really like something as far as, perpetuating the resilience of Gloucester as a city or helping.
Yeah, and we have to, and I go through this with ethics training at work every year. We have to really, really tread lightly about endorsing one individual's company's product or service over another. That's a bridge too far as I'm concerned. We should not be allowed to do that.
Okay.
And I actually don't think we are anyway, but that's something that we shouldn't be doing.
Well, I think that covers the waterfront on that one. The one other thing that I had thought we might have some follow-up information on was the Solect presentation to us on the possibility for solar projects on municipal properties. And in touching base with Greg before this meeting, Greg said there hasn't been an opportunity for DPW to provide some of the information about the age of roofs of the buildings that would be possible sites for municipal solar. And there also has to be some more analysis of the so-called Schedule Z that was part of the turbine contracts to just confirm whether there is demand out there for electricity that that it goes beyond what the turbines would be able to provide, because we are committed to use all the energy that the turbines produce. So I think we have nothing further on that subject for tonight. Do any of the rest of you have things that you would like to bring to our attention? And otherwise, we can deliver you back to your evenings.
Yes, the meeting minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Linda, for getting all of that together on the old ones. I'll
Yeah, that was
post it,
Ancient
I know.
history.
I know, I looked, and so what we had from, what we didn't approve from the last meeting was the March 10th minutes. And those were sent out the end of March. And then what is outstanding is March 31st and June 23rd, which I have not done.
June 23rd. Okay.
So everyone's had the March 10th minutes, and the only one who commented that I recall, I'd have to double check, is Linda Brayton, and she was fine with it.
A miracle.
Yeah.
She didn't complain.
Let's attempt a motion to accept the March 10th, 2021 minutes of the Clean Energy Commission. Is that, it's 2021?
Correct.
I move that we
2021.
accept the 3/10/21 minutes.
Thank you. Second? I'll second.
I'll
Yeah.
second.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, roll call vote. Here we go. Linda Saunders, how do you vote?
I,
John Moskell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Linda Brayton,
Aye.
Gemma, you don't vote. Excuse me, Sam.
Aye.
Deborah Darby
Aye.
and Candace Wheeler. Aye. So it looks like a unanimous vote to accept the March 10th, 2021 minutes. So that they can now be processed and filed with the town clerk, the city clerk rather. Any other thoughts on minutes?
yeah, I do have another thought on minutes. After the June minutes, after our June meeting, there was quite a few email chit chats back and forth with certain people who obviously listened into the meeting and were also going to re-listen to parts of the meeting. And where I'm going with that is, it seems that, you know, we issue these minutes in the past, they were a lot more detailed. And I'm wondering is if they really need to be that detailed since recordings are available.
That's a good question.
No, they don't. And yes, recordings are available.
Right, so I can highlight some of the, based on my judgment, the main points and who's at the meeting. The agenda also speaks for itself quite a bit. And just make sure that everybody knows it's right on there. We'll put the link if you want further information to listen to the recorded meeting.
That sounds great.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think Greg at one point says the thing
Yeah.
you have to have is motions and votes.
Right,
The
okay,
rest of it,
because,
you know, whatever, as long as those get in there, and actually when the minutes are approved, we want to know about that too. I guess
Yeah.
of where we were.
yeah, because it's time consuming, and if we don't have to do it,
Oh,
and
it's
then
hard.
if you're not all reading it, you know, verbatim, then it's kind of, you know, discouraged.
Child. Yeah.
Okay, but what I will do immediately, since we are under a very time constraint on the vote we just took on the CEA, is get those minutes together with the languaging in there that Emma put together and send them over to you, Gemma, excuse me, Gemma, and make sure it's all worded correctly.
That sounds excellent. All right,
Better.
the
I have-
last thing I'd like to mention before we adjourn, and I'll give others an opportunity if other things have come up, is I got a call from the city the other night that they are getting ready to go back to in-person meetings, probably around September 5th. So not too far in the future. And what she had asked me was, do you think your commission is prepared and would be willing to meet in person at this point? I would like to give any of you an opportunity to tell me whether you would be willing to attend in-person meetings at this time, or whether you'd rather stay on Zoom.
Depends on what the Delta virus is doing, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, you know, I mean, if it's like right now, okay, but September might look really different, so.
Mhm. Well,
I think also for me, Candace, it depends when we start returning to our offices and if I start having to commute again on certain days. You know, the timing and flexibility obviously goes away.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay, I will get back to the city representative and let them know that, you know, that we are aware of those factors that will, you know, interact with whether we
Yeah,
want to meet.
if I could say, I really do kind of like these 5 o'clock meetings, you know, by Zoom, because you know, it's not eating into dinner time. You kind of, you know, just wind down the workday and you're still done at a decent hour.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I
it's all-
Yeah,
concur.
I'd agree.
It's all recorded, which makes
Mhm.
it easier if you really need to go back and figure out something.
Right.
Right, I agree.
All right, I will get back to the city and let them know that we might prefer to stay with this format and this timing and have the meetings recorded, you know, so that they're accessible to the public.
If
Okay, any other
One
commentary?
one last comment. I have
Sure.
discovered, thank you, Sam. I will not ever try to click a link in Thunderbird again. I will use Comcast itself, or maybe Outlook, because that seems to be what the trouble is with my suddenly disappearing into a black
Interesting.
hole.
Candace, before we adjourn, there is Susan Hoag is a participant in the audience and has a question.
Oh, okay, excellent. Now, Gemma, any chance you can help us, because I don't know the mechanics of recognizing the speaker.
Yes, I'm going to allow Susan to speak right now.
Thank you. Hi, Susan.
Hi, I just had a comment before when Linda was talking about talking to Martha Grover. And we were in on that meeting with her. And since that meeting, some people from the coalition have done a lot of work in studying other towns and talking to other people and watching a very nice broadcast from Bedford. Then they were exploring the economics of a sustainability director in the cities. And we've put together some pages that we've now completely edited as of today, and we're ready to distribute to other people. In it, it has a 1-pager for people who are just moderately interested. It has a 2-pager for people who want more detail. It has our reference sources. It has a list of all the communities in Massachusetts that already have a sustainability director. And it has the article that, well, it has a reference to the article that Linda was speaking about. In addition to that, it has an excellent video of a workshop that I just spoke about from Bedford, not New Bedford. And I would encourage you all to listen to it, because if you need any talking points for a sustainability director, that video is really excellent.
How do we have access to
If
it?
you want.
Susan, how do we have access to
I
that? Do
can
you have
send-
a link?
I do have a link. And as soon as we figure out how we're going to distribute these papers that we've written, we'll also send them to you, because what we've tried to do is summarize all the points for it, including the economics of it, which is the big concern for everybody in the city.
Mhm.
We've heard via the grapevine that there may be another position coming to the planning office, a half-time sustainability person, and that's good news. We don't know if it's true or not, but even if it is true, a half-time position is not going to do all the work that's going to be needed to be done. Just to get to net zero, forget about all the resiliency and adaptation work that has to be done.
Yep.
So there's a lot of work that we have to do, and I think it's all hands on deck. There's going to be more than enough work for everybody to do to accomplish the goals that need to be done in the
Yes.
next what, 10, 20 years?
Right.
Anyway, I'll send you that information soon.
Well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Susan. That is, I had a chance to see some of those materials earlier today, and they're terrific. They're good to look at and full of information and very succinct. So we appreciate it. All right.
And Linda, I appreciate you I appreciate all the work that you've done, and I'm going to connect back with you on XCamp. Have you done any work on that?
No, I
At
haven't.
A community solar? Okay,
No,
all
it's-
right. I heard you were away, so, yeah. Okay,
Um,
thanks.
All right. Terrific. Thank you, Susan. And I don't think there are any other raised hands. Gemma, do you see anyone else? Oh, okay, Linda Saunders.
Of course,
Your
Gemma.
hand
And
is
the
now raised.
question is for Gemma, I think. The last meeting, we talked about the MVP grant. Has that been come through yet?
So we don't have official word from the EEA on the status of the award, but we're pretty confident we've been in communication with them. So hopefully that will go forward.
Terrific.
Okay.
Do you think by the end of the month we'll have, an announced answer?
I think most likely, but I can't say for sure.
Mhm.
It's always sort of up in the air with state programs.
Well, you and Greg wrote a superb application, so I think that if justice is done, we will get it.
Our scope is scoped to start work in September. So hopefully before then, we'd have a solid answer.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, group, do I have a motion to adjourn? John Moskal moves. Second,
Second,
thank you. And Linda Saunders, do you agree to adjourn?
yes, I do.
Candace Wheeler, yes, I do. Deborah Darby,
Yes, I do.
Linda Brayton,
Yes, I do.
and John Moskal,
Yes.
and Sam Zergabel.
Yes.
All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for the time and all of the good work. And I'm very
Okay.
excited about that 10% renewable.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Thank
Night,
you.
everybody.
Right?